Emma and one of our friends from the DND group called Luna are also have been interested in that. It's pretty cool. Luna's a very big Dune buff. Knows like everything about that whole story. I know some things. You know, the Dune is a great um, you still need to watch the movies? Yeah, the movies are pretty good. They're going to be releasing another one eventually. How's my weight? Still going down, but that'll fix here in a second. That's why you've been absent from some point, is you've been fans of Dune. Understandable. I might jump in, like I said, I might consider jumping in, especially if Luna decides that they want to play too. Um, and if Emma really wants to. Emma's been... I don't actually know what Emma's been interested in for video games. Like, Emma's been playing Marvel Rivals, and as much as I could play that game, uh, it's not something that I see myself putting a whole lot into. I did that with Overwatch, and I loved it when I did it, but I don't see myself doing it again. Maybe at some point. It's pretty good. That should be a sizable amount of okay. I mean, while I'm here, might as well just... Really? Okay, put those there. Put these over here. And buckles go in. Wow. It's better to wash them first, but yeah, can't be bothered to wash every single piece of clothing that I come across. Yeah, a couple of my friends have been into Dune as well. They said it's really good and that I should give it a try and that I'd like it. It's kind of got like a Mass Effect kind of vibe mixed in with a little bit of MMO. You've just been playing it for the story? That's understandable. I could get into that. Let's raise up. Yum, 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 yum. Let's see, what am I doing? I should be able to do hide pants now. Or is medium leather? It's too bad you can't stitch leather together. I don't think I have enough uses of the sinew. Like, how much sinew thread do I have? Well, I have half a spool. .2, so definitely not worth grinding XP wise. You know what? I'm wearing these. I made these myself. They don't look the most, they're not the most fabulous looking thing in the world, but you know, I made them myself. I'm gonna go out on a limb and guess that I can't make any of these with smaller. No, it only requires medium. It's just like the backpack needs a medium as well. Apparently I have the recipe for this. I wonder what this does. Large pack frame. Hmm. Okay, let's go check on the rabbits now. I'm gonna do that though. Favorite. I think I'm gonna make some swords. There we go. Most of this is actually gonna get be compost, I think, but that's okay. We got 1 prime cut, 2 regular cuts, 9 plus 16 rabbit or rodent meat. Lots and lots of protein. I wonder if they're gonna let us stitch the leathers together. Like if you have like 6 small leathers, it can be stitched together to make a medium leather. You know, that wouldn't be too bad. And do like maybe 3 medium leathers is 1 large leather. Because currently I have access to a large amount of small leather. I can make a like a lot of small leathers. I can occasionally catch one of those deer that are over there, and that gets me a deer leather. But the deers that I've caught so far have only yielded medium, so probably because I've only caught does. Maybe the bucks are worth more? So I'm gonna like it's a video game though. It it doesn't need to be pristine in terms of reality. It's just it's a video game. And the means of retrieving large leather and in a playthrough that's it would be like what, kill a cow? So we got to go kill a cow then. I'm just thinking that's the only way. You don't get to have leather in any other format. Plus, it depends on how you stitch it, right? I'm sure that there's some machines out there that can stitch stuff together really good. Or rip up a couch. I mean, that could be an option. I would rip up a couch or two, but that doesn't lean well into the locust behavior, does it? They've been trying to avoid stuff like that. So, but it was extremely disappointing to me when I got these and I thought that these leathers here would be able to make a bellows. You know, they look big enough. Why can't I turn this leather into a bellows? I can't. These are leather that is only a floor. They like a floor mat. That's it. They're not at all able to become a bellows. I was super excited about that because I was like, yes, I'll be able to make a bellows. We'll be able to kind of progress in some way. Nope. They're already a floor. That's not how that should be. It's because there's how else are you supposed to get the large leathers? Like it's like it's not clear, right? So I'm kind of stuck hoping. Okay, there we go. Plenty of meats there. Yeah, with limited animals, or just like if you don't want to go looking for cows yourself, like in a regular apocalypse playthrough. Let's say you don't want to go looking for cows, but you happen to have a pig farm. Well, okay. Well, those pigs will yield you what? Medium leather? I don't remember what pigs give, but I'm gonna guess medium leather, right? So those pigs can't produce you, like you can't. And a good example would be, look at these hide clothing. Okay? They look stitched together. Right? They accept tanned and furred, lots of different versions of things. But it's like just cows. But they look stitched together. Let me stitch these together out of... but make it more cost more, obviously. So like maybe one large leather, like I said, maybe one large leather costs 4 medium leather. And or for these things specifically, because like they've done it here. You can see this one right here. So hide from smaller pants, right? From smaller pieces. Because that's what this is mostly what I was thinking about. Not so much like just resource like tiering up, which I mean should be like in video games that's common to tier your resources up. But like these particular things don't look like they like a full piece of leather, right? These are stitched together. You clearly cut the leather to do that. What mod changes my crafting UI? What do you mean? I didn't... There's no mod that does that. I just pushed this little button here. There's a button here that does it. I like it in this format instead of the list. You can do it in the list. List is actually a lot easier to see the requirements for things. But I like it like this because I like the pictures. Yeah, so you can choose one or the other. But yeah, it's not a mod. Most of my game is vanilla. Like, there's some things that are modded. Like, I have this thing here that shows me my character status. Because if I don't use this, I would just have this up at all times. And I just got tired of constantly shoving this in the corner. That's part of it. But, same if people ask you for your skills, they'd ask you to see your skills, show them, and then into the corner with you again. This also takes up less room. There is one downside in that it shows you the hidden muscle strain, but you can figure that out anyways. The yellow muscle strain exists in the and you just have to time it. Really, it's a countdown timer. That's all. Yeah, tailoring gives muscle strain to the neck. I'm surprised more things don't do that. Like, I mean, Barman gives muscle strain to the arms. To chop up a little bit. That, throw it there. The prime cut still has 87 on it? Oh my. This thing's a monster. That would be neat. I agree. If it should be reduced. So I can tell you that at least tailoring the neck strain is reduced because the higher your tailoring level, the faster you do the interaction. So it reduces the muscle strain as a result. So I know for tailoring, less neck strain. Whether or not it applies, so muscle strain is kind of just it's just a timer mostly. That's it. As you build it up, it's just a timer ticking down. The second it's built up, it starts to go down. And then the way that it's built up is built up with larger numbers, the lower your skill is. So the higher your skill is, the less muscle strain you're incurring. So it's and the less you can incur, because your skill is high enough that the value you can't build up a whole lot. That's notable, especially with the formulas used for weapon skill, and the strength formula used in pushing and stomping is the same. Okay, we should have a decent amount of calories now. I should actually be able to function a little bit. Sucks that a lot of that stuff's gonna go bad. It's fine. Let's go make some stuff. Last time you were in debug, it was possible to just swing your weapon endlessly and you'd hit until you hit the 100 interval. Muscle strength regardless of skill. I got the formulas if you want them. They're somewhere in my Now this information that I have is let's see. Where is that? I feel like I would have put it in. I don't remember. Where would I have put that? Oh, here we go. Muscle strain. Found it. You wanted to know if sitting helped? No, it doesn't. Sitting does not help muscle strain. It's a timer. The sitting helps you rest your character's exertion. It's just a timer if you're for your muscle strain. And then the way that it's built up is this. Specifically for weapons. So this is for weapons. And the extra values, like the, let's see, if it's spiked or not, and if it's two-handed. If the two-handed weapon is equipped in both hands, it's a 0.5. There's also this one here is for shoving, and this one is the one for stomping. So the one for stomping is slightly worse than shoving. Shoving's not, but then again, shoving doesn't get you anything. Stomping doesn't really get you anything either. It gets you a kill, but it doesn't really get you anything. The first formula there is what gets you your weapon stuff. And then there's one that's different for guns as well. But that one probably has been edited again since I last seen. But yeah, these formulas could change at any time. Like, they could change them. They could even be changed now. But they're the baseline that I go for with the understanding of muscle strain, because it's what they start with. Yeah, it is. It's reduced. How to gain is reduced. Does it use the extra no. The only thing that comes into, like, so the only thing in this is that there is a penalty if you use a two-handed weapon in one hand, and it's bad. It's like 1.5 times 10. It is absurd. There There's a a, a fire mode for weapons, which would be, because the ranged formula is different. It's like this. That's the one for guns. Applying muscle strain from guns. The Yeah, and then if a two-handed weapon is equipped in both hands, it gets a 0.5 instead of a 1. So that's why two-handed weapons are better in the early game and better in the mid game than the one-handed weapons, is because instead of having a 1 there, they have a 0.5 because it's split between the two, right? But the fact of the matter is it's still 0.5 applied to a formula, which is looking to apply a countdown timer. And so it's like, still, it's a significant amount. And then, as you can see, when your formula hits tipping, when your character is level 5 strength, that's when it's a 1-to-1 ratio. Anything below level 5 strength is gonna cause your character some strain, like quite a lot of strain. That's why the 0 to hero is so bad, and in the early game is so terrible in build 42 compared to build 41. In build 41, you barely notice the early game as bad. You get to level 3 strength, 3 fitness, 3 strength, very quick within the first month. Within the first month, your character would be not combat ready, but you would be at least able to fight a handful of zombies. Now it's like you're looking at like a few months before your character is anywhere ready to fight anything. But yeah, like you said, it's just a countdown timer. It's not got anything to do with resting. Resting doesn't give you a benefit. Resting only benefits exertion. It doesn't benefit muscle strain. So you can rest until you're rested and then just wait. Don't do any actions. Don't attack zombies. Just wait. You could walk around and do other things. You know, you could leave and go do other things, or you could stand where you are. I'm sure that many folks have seen me when I'm doing combat. I go away, I rest, right, until my exertion's full. Then I stand up and I'm in the combat stance and I just stand there until my muscle strain goes down. It's because it's a timer. That's all. You just don't do anything that hurts your arms. But I stand combat ready just in case a zombie shows up, and I will kill that zombie if it gets in my way. Because generally speaking, when I run away, only 1 or 2 zombies comes after me. Sometimes. Sometimes more, but it depends, right? A lot of people continue sitting and rest because they're not using Twist's thing, right? So you don't need to continue sitting. You can actually just stand up and go and do other things. And the rest prompt stuff is nice, but it's not completely necessary. You can actually set up a little timer for yourself if you're, depending on your exertion, and then if you know how tired your character is. So like if you're, start of the day, end of the day, between 30 minutes to, it also depends on your fitness level, of course, because that plays a role into how fast you gain back your exertion. If you're athletic, your character will gain exertion back super quick. So you don't need to wait nearly as long. And then you're just waiting on the muscle strain, which won't take nearly that long if you're high-level weapon skill. Because as you can see in that formula, when you're high-level weapon skill, it starts to really add up to the amount of... not add up is the wrong word. It reduces the amount of strain you're going to get. So you almost will not notice the strain later on. Yeah, you're talking about using the stomps, right? Because the stomps are really strong right now. That's because they're messing around with the down attacks and stuff. We've already seen some of the issues with that, and I'm a little bit concerned about how that is. Knocked over zombies taking extra hits that should be applied to zombies that are standing is dangerous, and that's going to get people killed, and they're going to get upset. But yeah, you don't need to continue resting after you're done, your exertion's capped. You can just get up and go do other things. Let's see, how good are these? I'm pretty sure these beads are for the choker, right? Oh, they require leather strips. And twine. I have both of those things. Let's see how good they are. Right now, I've been just poking at different, like, things to see what I would want to use to level my tailoring more if I were to continue it. Welcome back. So I have a decent supply of bones right now and leather, and I could probably get a decent supply of twine, so how is this? .2. So the choker is 4.2. Doing the raccoon cap is 5.6. I thought it was 5.8. I was mistaken. 5.6. Doing any of the hide clothing seems to be about the same as the choker, which would be 5.2 or 4.2. The fact of the is though that I can get a lot of those bones. Twine isn't hard to get, so it's definitely better than the burlap sacks. The burlap sacks take a lot more time because I have to stitch them together and then I have to unstitch them back into burlap. But early levels for burlap from 1 to 4, or sorry, from 1 to 4 seems good for burlap. Burlap seems good for that. That's stretch. It takes a lot, but it's still worth it in the long run. But you could do this to level 3 because this is available at level 3, right? Yeah, this is available at level 3. So you could start this one at level 3. And then... Okay. So we do this and we do the hats. Because the hats are also basically free. Because it just costs thread and raccoon. And obviously, if I'm already killing the raccoons for their meat so that I can use that in my stews, then... Yeah, so we could... Tailoring's not going to be that big a problem. I feel like we'll be able to max that fairly effectively. Especially, can we cut this leather up? Into strips? Yeah. Oh, and it gives 8! Oh my god. That gives 8 strips! That's crazy. But yeah, we can let people know that that's not necessary, that they don't need to stay sitting on the ground. They probably just don't know it. Because they think they're resting more, like to get their muscle strain down, but you don't need to. You can actually stand up and go foraging if you want. Because foraging doesn't hurt your arms. So like, rest yourself until you're rested and then go foraging. Or rest until you're rested and do what I do and just stand there. In the combat stance. Ready to attack zombies that come your way, but just patiently waiting till you can get back into combat. I've been wanting to make swords and I forgot, like, that I was doing that. I'm gonna leave this ball peen, the pliers, and the tongs. Let's go this way. No, you shouldn't wait early. So the thing about the books are, um, books are not useful in it's not that they're not useful. They are useful, but the first few levels of the books, so books volumes 1 through 3, are not that great. You're giving up a time investment for kind of a little bit of XP that you would don't have to get, right? So the first 3 books, like volume 1 through 3, you don't really need them. It's volumes 4 and volume 5 that are the ones that are important. So, and then usually specifically for the weapon skills, it gets a lot easier once you get further along in the weapon skill, right? Once you get up to like the level, well, usually it's level 7, but you know, level 5 range isn't so bad. You don't really feel like it's too bad to be using the weapons, right? But yeah, it's not quite like, you know, if you're gonna think about in terms of XP loss or gain, the long blade books, especially the first couple of volumes, they kind of suck. They don't give you much in terms of multipliers. Same for the aiming and reloading books. They're not that great up to the volume 3. Although I would read the volume 3 book, the first 2 books I wouldn't bother. You can get the first few levels of aiming and the first few levels of reloading with basically your eyes closed. There, so long as you're able to hit your target, of course, which I mean is not too bad now. The aiming system is a little bit better, and it's been improving over time. They've been making it much better. It depends on the skill. Tailoring, you might want it. Same with electricity. Nah. So the reason why I say that you don't really need it is because the first few levels are 1 second, I got it on my paper here. They're 75, 150, 300, 750, and 1500 respectively, right? That's the first 5 levels. They're And it's not as much as the later levels. The first few levels of tailoring are kind of bad, but at the same time, it's like it's the book doesn't make it that much better because it's a times, like for example, for the tailoring one book, it's a times 3 multiplier, right? And then the next one is a times 5 multiplier, and then it's just that their multipliers aren't that great. Like they are good, don't get me wrong. Is not again, and if you have them, great. It's just not something that I would wait for. You know, I wouldn't wait for the long blade book. At least not for the first few levels. Maybe for level 4, but I wouldn't wait for it. Yeah, you shouldn't delay working on, like for example, me being the current level of electrical I am right now, it's kinda bad. I should have maybe stayed in Dixie a little bit and took apart some TVs, regardless of having the book or not, because I could be level 3 and we could have had a generator by now. Of course, having a generator on these settings is a little bit dangerous, kind of, sort of. Like, especially in my current location, if we were to have a generator here at Smokies, I mean, we'd be pulling part of Muldra over. Not that that's a bad thing, because then I could be able to deal with part of Muldra, but that's the thing, right? It changes the way that things flow, in a way. But that's what I'm saying. We agree. We're in agreement that they're good to have, but they're not a necessity, and you shouldn't wait for them. Like if I had the first couple of books, I would read them. But like, I mean, am I gonna go out of my way looking for them? Nah, because I know that, for example, especially on these settings, the likelihood of them being even in some of the bookstores, it's not high. Especially given that the loot pool for the bookstores has been changed significantly and include a lot of useless books now. Not completely useless, mind you. They give happiness bonuses, but that said, you know, the pool has been watered down, so it's not likely that you're going to get the same amount of things that you want. Okay, leave you there. Like right now, I'm making these swords, and I'm going to use them. But I might hold off on like the later levels, because if I do happen to get the books, then that would be useful. It would save quite a bit. Although I won't wait until for too long. I'd wait until I was further along in some of the. There we go. You don't need to wait. Let's go. Go back to work.
Hey!
Yeesh.
Hey!
But see, I just rest here until my exertion's good, and then I just wait patiently until... Okay. What is up with the zombies? Hey, what's that nonsense? Ever since they added in that weird old push animation, it's been strange. I just wait for my arm to stop hurting. Yeah. There's some strangeness that goes on with it for sure. That causes some oddities. Like, I don't know. It could just be coincidental, but it causes hitbox stuff that I don't like. And I don't know if it's if it's that animation that's causing it, but it just is coincidental that that animation happens to happen during the times where there's some issues. You know what I mean? It's just coincidence that seems to happen during that, and the zombies themselves seem a lot more like, it seems like that they're solid against each other more than they have been in the past, which is understandable because, you know, but it's causing problems. Like that, see? Like, why does that need to happen? It's throwing me off, is what's happening. Like, I'm trying to focus on but it's messing me up. Do we want the blue hard hat or do we want the red hard hat? I don't know. I think it's good to have options though. I'm gonna take the red hard hat or the blue hard hat too. We've seen the white hard hat around. Maybe we can get one of those as well, and then we can decide what kind of construction employee we want to be. Uh-oh, chat's broken. Is that my internet? My internet die? Hello? You okay, internet? Hmm. Okay, there we go. Somebody's waving at me. That's good. Thank you. It's just there was like a connecting loading thing, and then it said welcome back. So I was like, okay, seems fine. But you never know, right? Appreciate you. Don't want to pull people out of lurk, but you know. There we go. Re-equip the old sword. Walk. And forward a bit. Rest. It's back on. I might be able to get in one more go. Nope, we're too tired. We got in as much long blade XP as we could that day. Let's double check. Are we good? Let me see one. Okay, good enough for now. I'm gonna run back, get some rest, eat, drink, etc. Both my waters are out though? Yeah, that's a surprise. Hmm. I always forget that I can do that. we'll cook these food up. Now everything's stale. Okay, we should have one soup in our bag. It's fine. How long has it been? 6-ish hours? Okay, so we're going to quit and go to desktop and then come back. Let's give the game a restart. Come on, Zomboid. And hopefully we'll get a little bit more long blade XP, as well as maybe we'll start working on long blunts as well. Come on. Come on, Zumbud, catch. There you go. Good job. Okay, while it's loading, I'm gonna BRB, but I'm not gonna be long, so I'm not even gonna put up the BRB screen. Okay, sorry. Okay. Mhm. Yeah, I knew eating half of it would be enough. Think we'll be blue today. Ooh, that zombie's pristine. We've been seeing like one pristine zombie a day. It's been nice. Like it's like every like real life day, I mean. Look at him. He's beautiful. I love seeing clothes like that. I do need to move a little faster though, because I want to kill you over here, okay? No, that sucks. You know what? It's worth it. Look at these beautiful clothes. Ooh, can opener. This is my my amusement weapon. Pretty. Yeah. Can't put it on my belt though. I just gotta use it until it breaks. Okay. These things in here. Wait for my arm to be better. This is a fun weapon to use. Just because it makes the axe noise. That's actually the only reason I really like it. My headcanon is this is why the cleaver is no longer a short blade. The reason why the cleaver is no longer a short blade is because the axes got angry that the short blades stole their sound effect for this can opener, and so they were like, you know what? No, we're taking two. We're taking both the meat cleaver and we're taking the sickles now to our class because you stole our sound effect, short blades. Like a high school clique. Hi, by the way. Let's get rid of you. Yeah, this will break soon, so... Oh, you got a fancy backpack. It's familiar to me. Shoulder bomb. I'm tired. Thinking about that.
Hey!
Oh, hey, that's mine. Take that back. We back off now. Got another little portion of long blade XP. Which he went through the window. It's always interesting when the zombies die in strange ways. There is one where the zombies were sticking like in their positions for a while, and they still do that kind of. It's probably something to do with the ragdolls, if I had to guess, but I wouldn't know. Some weird interaction where the zombies kind of freeze because they're turning into, or they should be turning into, inventories. But I think that for some reason their inventory stuff gets messed up, so they're not actually inventories. There's a lot less now. It's not none, but you know, it's definitely a lot less than there was. Well, those misses, by the way, are really bad. Not because it's not skilled, but because for exertion. When you miss like that with the it still costs quite a lot for in terms of total exertion. So it's better to connect because it's still building muscle strain even if you don't hit anything. We might as well back right off because we are strained to the point where if we rest now, we'll be waiting until we go home, so. There's a shot once there. No sense in just no, just wait. So should be 2 more days like this, and we'll be able to get our long blade to level 2. I think, right? Because yeah, roughly 50 XP, maybe a little less. We're doing pretty good though, making decent XP gains. I'd like to get the better weapons though. So what I should do is actually I should commit some time to metalworking, just long enough to be able to have the two-handed swords. It's so crazy to me that people can play Zomboid and watch Zomboid. I'd be so paranoid. You guys are crazy. It's in a good way, but it's like it's crazy to me. There's a little bit of green right here. Now I can't unsee it. There's a lot of stuff like that though. And if I were to point it all out, there's some folks that would go crazy, I'm betting. Yeah, I knew these would rot, but that's okay. Might as well cook this stuff up real quick and then we'll put it away. And it's unfortunate, but it is what it is. Not much I can do. Go fill my water. Not there. Something on the bag. Yeah, we go to bed. How are my stats looking? Let's see. We've got
You're amazing.
the a spear is like 1.5. Long blade is 1 1/3. Uh, long blunt is 2. We didn't do very much of that today. Mostly long blade and spear though is what we've done today. A little bit of short blade, and then I looked at a couple of methods of leveling tailoring. I'm noticing that the bone choker's not bad from level 3, as well as a few other things. Um, I was a little disappointed to see that part of my radish crop died earlier, so that was annoying. But it is what it is. We think that it was temperature based though, and that's why it died. It makes sense. It makes sense in my head that's the reason. It dipped down temperature wise very briefly and ruined everything. So I'll be able to eat this. Yeah, it's okay. It's not that big a deal. I can plant more radishes next year. In game. And we're almost level 2 electrical. Of course, I didn't really focus it, so we'll figure it out. I'm gonna look at the metalworking. I'm wondering if the zombies are ever gonna give me a lighter. Lighters are just not a thing. It's like I don't have a lighter, and I wanna do some smelting, but I'm not allowed because no lighter. Actually, oh, I can't really see very well. Can you refill them with gasoline? Not that I'm aware of. You refill them with lighter fluid, which actually is something separate if I remember right. You can make one too if you get to level 5, I think. Level 5 is when you learn this recipe, for an improvised lighter. But yeah, you need lighter fluid, see? But I haven't seen lighter fluid. Which implies that the lighter itself should be empty, right? That there should be a lighter brackets empty that should exist, but it consumed the lighter when I used it here. That's that. Hey, it consumed the lighter. If there's lighter fluid, why am I not getting to keep it ate it. The kiln ate the lighter. It consumed it. And nom nom nom, gone. I have matches somewhere, don't I? I don't know. I just threw the entire lighter in there, yeah. I mean, Higgins is careless like that. I could see totally that being the case. He just like, I don't care about this. In there it goes. It's the last use, and it is now in there. The disposable ones go away. No, 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 no. So that's not true. Because I know that the last lighter that I had was a lighter. Like this kind. This one. Yeah, don't fully use your lighter. If you happen to find lighter fluid, you can refill it. But yeah, I used this. This is the kind of lighter I had. And it's gone. I also had one of these. And I've also had the matches. I don't know if I've ever had... I know I've had the magnesium fire starter before, but I don't know if it's in this playthrough. But yeah, just be careful. It might be just a bug that happened. I don't know. Maybe it's supposed to... Like, remember, it's the unstable build. So maybe it's supposed to have the lighter brackets empty when it's... But maybe it just didn't. I don't know. I know that I've consumed one, though. I'd like to check my crops. And then I think I'm gonna bail from this area completely for a short little while. Not too long. But if I'm gonna bail from this area, just for a little bit. I'm pretty sure my rabbits will be fine. I'm not worried about them at all. I'm worried about the crops. If I could get a little bit of a harvest from them. Where is that? Ah, there. Here. I feel like I'm feeling around the ground to try to find this place. This is the reason I don't want to leave right away, is because there's lettuce here. But I'm going to water the crops, and then I'm going to leave. You lost your mama sheep and baby ram baby, and it was made, just walked away for a few weeks. Oh, okay, I got you. So you were upset because you lost some of your sheep. I get it. Especially because they're kind of, like, they're not easy to get. Yeah, no, I got you. I figured it out. I'm sorry that happened to you. How did you lose them? Did they wander off, or do you mean like they're dead? They died? Or something? Like, what happened to them? Did they just disappear? Because if they disappeared, I would go back to where they were before and look for them there. But if not, then... Because sometimes the game is weird about how it saves things. So they might be in their previous location, wherever that is. They randomly vanish. Did you try going back to where they were before? So the two things that I would have questioned were, did you right click the zone, and they weren't in the zone, right? There was 0 animals in the zone. And then my next question would be, was the pen enclosed? If not, then they probably wandered off and they're probably around nearby. And then my other question would then be, if not, then have you checked where they were initially? Because sometimes, like I said, if they were in an existing location before and that it was a farm that they were a part of, sometimes they get flung back to that location. So I would go back and look. At the end of the day, if they're still not found, I would write them off at that point and I would go looking for other stuff. Which sucks. It really does. But that's part of the unstable build. And some of those things I don't think are going to get ironed out so easily. Okay, I'm not going to be gone for long. My plan is to leave this area and head to Dixie for a little bit. I'd like to pick up a knife or two, though, to bring just in case. More in earnest? Maybe. You could take it like a good thing for sure. Okay, and just in case we are forced to stay the night somewhere, bring this too. Yeah, let's go. We're gonna hoof it back to Dixie. Fishing's not good right now, just as a side note. Was it nerfed? I mean, I kinda, yeah. Like, by quite a bit. I think they're gonna fix it a little bit so it's better, but it's a shadow of its former self and not worth the time. No. Well, I mean, kind of. So the thing is you won't see those until at least 7+ fishing, like level 7+. So if you're above level 7 fishing, it'll still be okay. But the thing is it's not as good as it used to be due to it requiring that, first off. And then secondly, you aren't going to be getting the caloric values that you used to. Not even even the monster fish are only 5,000 now. Like 5,000 calories, which is a decent amount. And I don't mind it being like that. It's just the other fish need to be of value as well. Otherwise, there's not much point in fishing. Because you have to put in quite a lot of time into fishing to to get a yield. So it's just not worth it. Like the lower, smaller end fish are only worth like a few hundred calories. So it's no longer able to keep even remotely close to butter. Before, at least it would kind of not tie butter, but it at least was relevant to butter. Now, if they roll out rabbit nerfs on top of this, in the current state, I'm going to be forced to go and get cows and do butter game. And then if they nerf that too, well, then there's no caloric gains. I'll shut off the calorie system. Maybe not for my rat race run, obviously, but in the future, I would just shut it off. Because that's, it's becoming hampering. Obviously, once again, I wouldn't change the rat race, but the thing is if I were going to play playthroughs in the future, I would want to be able to eat what, it's a bit much. Like, I'm one for a balanced diet, but it's not a balanced diet right now. It's I eat this type of food to gain weight for a week, and then I lose weight gradually with anything else in the game. Any other food. It's just, it's an inherent flaw in the calorie system. And people kind of focus too hard on hunger, not realizing that hunger is actually a worthless thing. That it doesn't matter. The double system, the hunger portion of it is minute. It is the smallest portion of the system. The real system is the calorie system. The hunger system is just it feels like a leftover piece of The Sims that's been left in the game that kind of doesn't matter. It only matters if you get to tier 4. Of course, that's my my firm criticism on it. This calorie system could be better. Yeah. Calorie is survival, hunger is your mood. But your mood can kill you. Because if you let your hunger hit tier 4, it kills you. Yeah, it's the same. It's because like I said, it's a leftover piece of The Sims. Because the hunger system and the dehydration system go hand in hand. They make sense, right? But it feels like a leftover afterthought, really. And in the reality of the systems, if you were to really think about it, it'd be calories matter. I don't want to just be eating butter all the time, though. Or vegetable oil. Because that's not how you, in reality, it's a balanced diet. Take Vintage Story as an example. Vintage Story makes it so that if you adhere to a balanced diet, you get buffs. Your health gets increased. You get a bunch of other little things, right? If you do a balanced diet. However, if you don't do a balanced diet, your character has slightly reduced health and is that's about it. You're still the same, kind of. So I think that the game could benefit from something like that if they were going to keep that side of the calorie system. Either that or possibly just, I don't know, it's weird because the double system's hard to balance. One of my sheep has piglet in its inventory. Okay. That's weird. Yeah, Valheim's got a good system as well. I don't know, it's one. Being sad from butter is irrelevant though, because you can cure sadness instantly. Sadness is kind of, I feel like instead of sadness, or you know what? Make sadness worse. Let me think here for a second. Make sadness worse. Apply the reality of the sadness debuff in the game. In reality, depression causes causes fatigue. It causes, you not wanting to do anything. It causes a lot of downtrodden sort of, you know what I mean? If it caused that kind of stuff, if like directly influenced the stamina system, people wouldn't be depressed anymore. They'd be focused on trying to keep their character happy. I feel like that could be a way to do it as well, is to balance it in that way. Also, temperature having such a drastic effect on the fatigue system is kind of weird as well. I need to take off your pants, Higgins, but because I changed what they look like, I forgot where they are. Well, they could definitely, there's a lot of different ways that they could go about it, and I'm hoping that they choose something that makes sense, but also is sort of fun. Like I like I the idea of expanding the foods in my eyes, at least my end, right? Is that if you have more options, then people will interact with the systems more, right? If there are more caloric choices, then they're going to do more mixed foods. If you gave them buffs for doing said mixed foods, then they would be more apt to do it. Like imagine if you had extra carry weight from eating, keeping a balanced diet. Oh, you gotta believe that everybody would be getting that extra carry weight. You know, not a soul in Zomboid is not a loot goblin. Everybody's a loot goblin in Zomboid. That's not something to. That's not a bad thing. We're all loot goblins. All the loot. It's for us, right? If like you don't even need to give very much of a carry bonus. If you gave let's say even like a 10 or a 5. Let's say 5. You get plus 5 carry weight. There's not a soul that wouldn't balance their diet. The calorie system is punishing even on Apocalypse. The only thing that saving grace that Apocalypse has is the fact that it has a ludicrous amount of loot to sort of give you food for a lengthy period of time. Like there's and it's not endless, but it's enough food to last for essentially. It might as well be endless. Because few people will exhaust that food supply. There's only a mitt full of folks that I know who would be able to do that, and not that I believe anybody could. It's just that currently that it is coming to mind that there's only a mitt full. Is there a zombie here? There's a Dixie zombie left over. Do you have a friend? I heard another one. Hello?
Hey!
You totally do! Hello? And they grow super fast. I mean, they do kind of, but I mean, it's a video game. I don't expect that they should like. There shouldn't be a like. It shouldn't be crazy realism. That's something that it's they're trying to strike a balance between realism and video game. It doesn't need to be perfect in that way, like, but some things need to make sense. My current example that's not going to hold up eventually because they will change it is the baby bunny versus the bull. A baby bunny having more caloric value than a bull is ludicrous, right? And that one's not going to hold up forever. That's going to get changed. I just hope that they don't just nerf the baby bunny. That's not the fix. The fix would be to balance the bull, right? I can't be crazy for thinking that. Give the bull more value. Don't just nerf the baby bunny because the baby bunny is giving okay, you know, and that goes for meats in general. I think that meats need a buff, like all the meats. And I'm thinking in terms of apocalypse. Once again, I try to bring that up as often as I can, and I'm hoping I'm not annoying by bringing it up. But the point of the being that it's not about rat race. It's about balance in the game. And I want to make sure that that's clear. Because rat race is a challenge mode. It's not meant to be easy. It's meant to be difficult. So I'm not looking for changes for rat race. I'm looking for changes in the base game, the core of the game, the heart of the game. Because I could go into the files and I could change all these values myself. Modders do that all the time. But, you know, the devs do want to hear this sort of stuff, right? They've said so themselves. They've said we want to hear criticisms. But constructively. They don't want to just hear, you know, us whining. Oh, change this, oh, change that, buff this, nerf that. They don't care about that sort of stuff. It's more about why would it be healthy for the game, right? Salt would be a good thing, right? To be able to make salt or mine salt, find salt nodes. That's something that I liked in Z-Bay when I played Z-Bay and had the ability with Saf's cooking to create salt. I really liked that. Hey, 1 second though, before we sit on the ground, get some rest in. We kind of have been running around every which way. Yeah, they really did smoking and high thirst dirty. Like those two traits got really hurt bad. I wouldn't think about taking high thirst if it was worth its old point value, let alone now when it's +1. If it was back to its old point value, I still wouldn't take that trait. That trait's awful. And now, oh, it's even worse. Smoker? Why would I ever take Smoker unless I'm playing a roleplay? At least they've added new stuff for Smoker, though, overall. This is years worth of saving up watches, by the way. And me being lazy and not wanting to take them apart. There's several spots that are like this. Bring this lighter back with me. There's more watches in other spots too. Just gonna delete these things. Can keep these. But I don't need some of these things in the map, so I'll just delete them. You've been saving up all your watches. It's good to make a few watch bags. I've got one watch bag in this playthrough. In the previous version, we had, what, 4, I think? Or 3? Something like that. You can make several of them, and it's good. It's just, I just can't be bothered anymore at the moment. I've got one. Good enough. You return now? Kudos. I am currently in the process of taking apart some watches that I left behind. And then... still deciding... one. Hmm. This is a mouse house. I wonder if those dead bodies are still there. Probably. Those dead bodies were special. Hmm. Oh, zombies. Ah, Dixie Trailer Park. We always have leftovers. There are two zombies in this particular building that were, yep, they're still there, look. See? This is a gunshot event, but the bodies just have never disappeared. Where? Let's have a quick peek in the electrical tab and see if there's anything else that I can do. Can make a lantern. Yeah, none of these are something that I can do. Or if I can actually do this. I'm gonna take apart that walkie-talkie and see if I can actually make a walkie-talkie, and then maybe that's not a bad way to get XP for electrical. 'Cause apparently I have this recipe. I don't expect it is a good way to get electrical XP, but we'll see. I have a lot of walkie-talkies, so... And I can get a lot of electrical scrap, that's not hard. I just deleted over 100 electrical scrap just a few seconds ago. If it turns out I actually need that, that's gonna be interesting. But usually I keep around at least 100 or so. Interesting. It wants me to use foil. That's not something I have. Interesting, though. It requires foil. That's weird. Does this require foil? It does. This one just requires pliers and some scrap. It requires the recipe. Apparently I have all of these. I wonder if I have foil back at that other place. That wouldn't hurt to go look. Plus, I haven't been there in like several months, so I'm actually kind of curious to see the Spiffos again. Hopefully it doesn't crash me running in there. But it might. We send zombies wandering around. We should be able to hit level 3 electrical. There's even more watches along this road, but I'm just gonna take a break from cooking for a minute. There's so many watches. Why do I have to be so diligent? Leave them there for myself in the future. Here you go. Pick it up. It's like, please. Very please. Just no. I'm good. Thank you. It's too many watches. Alright, let's drop these things on the ground for a moment. This one can stay in my backpack. Yeah, I dropped everything else, right? Mostly? Yeah, well. Have a good time. This is the curious question. They're not as bad as I thought they would be. I thought this would be like exploded. Fireworks. Nah, they're doing okay. They can stay in there. It's been a couple of months. They're doing okay. Yeah, it's been a while since we've been back at the Spiffos. Ye old Spiffos. This place I actually have like a water barrel and everything. Like, this is an actual... Could be considered an outpost if I had a wrench that I plumb that with. Like, it's got quite a bit going for it, as well as our sledge and our pickaxe. So I can customize this place. This one has similar stuff to McCoy Estates. Not quite because of the... No, I never bothered doing this. How much is that? 0.7. It's the same as a burlap sack. Enjoy your work mode, Ta. I am going to... Well, the big reason I wanted to come here was to check on the... on our folks. Do we have another bag somewhere? Oh yeah, it's right here. It takes so much effort to consolidate all my inventories. Oh, one of the bigger reasons as well that I came here was I was coming to see if I've got oil. We get good sleep here. My goodness. Comfortable sleep. No. Hmm. Hmm. Has the welding torch always had condition? I don't think it has. If we can't make welding torches, though, then them having condition sucks. Everything with condition needs to have a means of being created. Why are these things so warm? Is it? It's probably because I forged them. Okay, I need. So I want this. Did I haul that generator over here or not? Is the question. I may have. That is something I would be stubborn enough to do. But if I did, I would have put it somewhere open. Or vertically somewhere. Or in the field behind. Ooh, we got an error. Interesting. Well, we checked them. We'll grab the propane tank, or sorry, the propane and torch, and we'll grab watches along the way. I mean, we can read this. Three shotgun shells. Kind of amused about that. Really? Okay. Interesting. Apparently I'm too rough with screwdrivers. I go look for another one. It wore out that fast, though? I'm surprised. Ooh. There are 4 of you. Can one of you have a screwdriver, please? You know, okay. Not what I wanted, but fine. Hmm. Cool. Oh, a single garbage bag actually is really, really good. Learned to forge a wrench. It's useful. Yeah, I want to go back, grab that bag, and then we'll head back to Muldrow, I think. Maybe I'll leave behind some of the stuff that I don't need per se. Like, I don't know. Some of the gold and stuff like that. Because I need to take apart some stuff. I think I could get maybe... It wouldn't be impossible for us to get power and Dutch going. Not good enough for now. Ribbit. Oh, they're both taxis. Derp. I thought only one was a taxi. I look wrong without my hat? Okay, thank you. You're good, it's fine. Or did you mean without my hate? Rawr, rawr, rawr. Enjoy your lurk. We got a sizable chunk of XP. Nice. Tina. Okay, so this is the wrench. Something with that. I need to be right back. So I'll be RB. Okay, sorry. Okay. Here we go. What was I doing? Sorting. Oh, actually, you know what? These are walkie-talkies. So that means that they do what is it? 0.28 in my inventory. However, did they still have the place function? Yeah, they do. I bet you they're worth more on the ground like this, if I can take them apart. Requires a screwdriver. Okay, let's try it. So remember, they were 0.28 in my inventory. But if I take them apart while they're on the ground, let's see what happens. 1.4. So we place them on the ground. Could it be the code? But no. What's happening is that what it is doing is it's taking the watch XP. If anything you put in your inventory means if I picked up a TV and put it in my inventory and then took it apart, it would give me probably the same XP as I would get for a watch. And then but now that these are on the ground, they count as the same XP that you would get for a grounded object, which is 1.4. Which remember, that's with slow learner. And no bonus, no books on rat race. So obviously it's worth more if you place them on the ground. And you see I still received the light bulbs and stuff, like some of it. Probably less of it than I would have received. But still. It's worth more XP, so... Oh. You thought a mod was being funny? No. It's just the vanilla game. Sometimes it's the vanilla game that does it. Sometimes it's when the vanilla game interacts with the mod. Sometimes it's just spaghetti code. In this case, it's just spaghetti code. Because when it's in the inventory, it counts for like it's a watch. It still gives you the right items though, which is the weird part. It's like it still rolls the right tables. It's just not giving you the right XP. But it works in our favor for the walkie-talkies, but doesn't work in the favor if you were to pick up a radio out of a car and then take it apart in your inventory. You'll get less XP than if you were to put it on the ground and take it apart on the ground. How are you doing, bunnies? No, the radios are still okay. It's anything, really. Focus, mushrooms. How's the rat race treating me? It's doing pretty good. We got quite a few levels so far. I got another level in electrical. I got... one second. I got... some levels in some weapons. I'm gonna run back. So we haven't gotten past day one. I mean, it takes time and practice. The trick for getting past day one is to just get out of town. And I know that's gonna be hard because the heat maps, the way that it works is you need to the way the heat map works now is that there are channels that you can kind of like swim, not swim, but oh, if you're talking about the Echo Creek stuff, yeah, there's some of those are just death. Like you spawn in and you're gonna die, probably, unless you manage to somehow crawl your way out of it. Which I mean, you can. I've seen several folks manage it. It's just they're very hard. They're very, very difficult. Yeah. Yeah, Riverside is tough as well. But you can do it. You just got to get through that first early game woes. On your way out of town, you got booze. Oh, you're gonna do a burn? Nifty. I haven't heard of anybody doing burns in the rat race yet. But, I mean, you could. It lowers the overall kill count at the end that you... But so long as you get the million, that's all that matters, right? Because the fire kills don't count towards your kills. But, you know... That doesn't... to get yourself a nook in the world, it's not bad. If you're finding that it's hard to get a foothold. Yeah, no, I understand. It's not a bad strategy. I'm not knocking it. I think that it's an okay strategy if you find that you're having a hard time getting a foothold. Definitely agree with it. Stupid tropical storm. You were thinking about trying Rosewood? Rosewood's not bad. All of the starts for Rat Race are doable. Just some of them are just a little bit more dangerous than others, and they take a little bit of finesse to get out of the start. That said, though, like I mean, it's same old for time 16. It looks worse than it is. You just got to find your sort of way out, get out of town, build your character up, set yourself up nice, and then start clearing. Yeah, it's about a foothold. Knowing where you need to go or what you need to do. You can go off into the woods. You could do what Twist and Shivas did. They both had a similar strategy where they went south of Rosewood, which was, if anybody's curious, they went down here. This is where they were. They were down in this area because the zombies have a hard time pathfinding themselves around these edges. They'll get stuck along these things. So they stayed down here, building up their characters until they were able to then fight their way through the zombies, slowly burn their way up this way, like they like fighting through the zombies, and then eventually they got up to Rosewood, and that's where mistakes happen, but good mistakes, kind of, or neutral mistakes, if you want. Cars got used, and we learned a lot about vehicle engine loudness, and that's kind of what happened with that. The zombies are fine in build 41, but in zombies in build 42 get a reduction in eyesight. Um, just to mention, okay, that's good, I guess. I don't know. That's like to prevent bad things from happening, I guess. It's good that bad things aren't going to happen then because of signatures. The So what was I saying? I was saying, in build 42, fog and rain, like and nighttime, all affect zombie sites. Currently, like they reduce the zombie site radius by a fairly okay margin. It's like they lose 25% essentially of their site. So they'll lose you a little bit faster. However, in build 42, they've got a do I enjoy build 42 more than 41? Yeah, ish. Like there's aspects of it that I appreciate more. There's aspects of it that I find more grating. It just depends. Certain so yes and no. Bittersweet. I love that Build 42 is here. I'm absolutely overjoyed about Build 42 being here. But and it definitely needs work. So, but it's cool to see the process. And it's cool to give my feedback as well as give my opinions and then think about things and see how things evolve. Because, it's neat. But yeah, in Build 42 they do. Any idea of when Build 43 will be ready? Long after when Build 42 hits multiplayer, which is not going to happen until like next year. So you're looking 2027, 2026, 2027. I'm thinking 2027, right? It's 2025 now, right? Or is it 2026 now? What year is it? What year is it this year? Is it 2025? I think it's 2025, right? I'm thinking 2027 at least. If it's 2025 right now. But yeah, so the zombies do have a reduction in their sight. They also can't see as well over fences. They've been having some problems with fences because fences and cars are being treated more solid. So there's some interesting eyesight related issues with that. As also them losing their pathfinding happens a lot more. I wanted to enjoy. So many were immediately upset. Yeah, but those people were there. There was so a large portion of folks were upset initially about the AI art, and then that got removed right away. So that was the initial upset. There was that. Then there were some people that were complaining about muscle strain, but those people were, no offense, but they were whining for little reason. They didn't give muscle strain enough of a chance. So, to be quite honest, no offense to those folks, but get good. Sad cause bad. Anyways, that's besides the point. Also, like the feature that they were complaining about had an on-off switch, so they could turn it off if they didn't like it. So, if they complained that it was in the default mode, which is fine, but it's supposed to be. It's the unstable build, and they're doing testing. Like, I mean, it's important that that things are in their proper form. I don't remember what I was talking about. Something about the start of the game and something like you can do. Yeah, all of the rat race starts are doable. They're just, some are harder than others. My start, if you want to see where I started in West Point. I started in West Point. I ran up. This area over here is very low spawn rate, very light in terms of pop. But now, if I had to choose, I would actually probably run along the channels best I can. There's a high probability that you're going to get a camping event of some kind along this route. If not, there's cars along this road here, and the population is lighter. So you can run up over to this area. There should be some cars to look in. If you find a tarp good enough, run off into the woods. And now that dogbane hemp isn't so difficult, it's not as difficult to find. You can make twine a lot faster. Fishing rods are doable. They aren't sustainable, though, for your hunger, so you're going to need to get into trapping eventually. But I stayed here for a brief period. This is where Higgins's badge is, if I remember correctly. I then traveled down. We lived at this cabin for a while we gained our strength and fitness. And then eventually we toddled over here, slowly killing along this road. I killed off this little campsite that was down here. Until eventually we took over this area. However, I did go on a brief, wandering trek down this way just to see how bad these two areas were. They were bad. It was awful. I didn't want to be there. So I decided that I would go back, and eventually we finished off the crossroads. After we beat the crossroads, I went over to McCoy Estates in hopes that I would find, the usual things at McCoy Estates. The stuff being like, the crafting things, like
You're amazing.
The advanced forge, the advanced furnace, those kinds of things. And then once I got through that, I ended up realizing that I wanted a sack because I needed sand, right? So sack's not hard, right? It's common spawn. Very common spawn. So I started going to garden areas being like, oh, I can find it, I bet. House alarm went off here. So I was like, oh, that's a little awkward. So anyways, just ignored it, went over here and slept in this house. And then I was like, then I made a bet with chat. And so when I made the bet with chat, I was like, you know what? I'm just going to go straight for the garden store in Echo Creek, right? I'm going to go for the garden store in Echo Creek looking for a sack. Yeah, it's a guaranteed thing, right? Because there's so many, the Echo Creek garden store is fair sized. There's a lot of chances in there for a sack. And sacks are not uncommon. They're fairly easy to get, right? This was before you could make them with burlap. You couldn't make them back then. It wasn't possible. So, which one? This? You want this to be there? It's S, I think. This. There's an S here that puts this on the screen. The reason why the map key is there is because I have an accessibility setting on. And I'll show you guys the accessibility settings after I'm done telling this little thing where I'm basically going over where we've been. So I made a bet with chat, and chat put in tens of thousands of channel points on a potential of me getting a sack in the Echo Creek Garden Store, and I said that I would still pay it out if I got one earlier than that. So we went from area to area checking garden sheds, every single garden shed that I could find along the route, right? And then I ran out of water around here, so I actually had to do a little loop-de-loop to come back and get some water because I ran out. Anyways, I was going to go down this way. I kept going over here. We went over this way. I think I did the south route first. So I went here, there. And then we realized that there was actually like 1,000 zombies at the Echo Creek Garden Store. Took me a day like to get them away from the store so that I could loot the store. Went over there. There was no sack. So I discouraged, sad. I wandered on my way all the way back. Went up this way, left animal care floor there in like a survivor bag or something. Checked a few more places. We came across an area that had even more good loot. We found like 2 sledgehammers, a pickaxe, a bunch of other stuff, but no sack. Like a burlap sack. That's all I wanted in the world was a burlap sack. Anyways, so at the end of it, I pay out chat because obviously, the non-believers win, and they were probably pretty happy that they won because they won a fair amount of points. And I was so like, I'm like, you know what? Forget it. I'm going to make some weapons. And we made some weapons. And then I was like, I'm going to go raid Dixie. And wouldn't you know it, on this road, there was a van. And inside the back of that van was a burlap sack. All the way back, directly next to my starting area where I live, in one of my outposts, is one in there. Anyways, we cleared out Dixie. We've been slowly clearing out Muldraw. There's still quite a lot in Muldraw, but McCoy logging has nothing. There's no zombies there, or very low zombies there, like because I went and I looked at it. But yeah. So there you go. That's my little thing. Yeah, I walk on foot lots of places. I wouldn't mind. I'd walk on foot to Louisville if it was viable to my strategy, which it's not, because I'm actually trying my best to participate in do the best I can. But yeah. So I'll show you guys the accessibility settings that are part of Build 42. There are 3 of them. They are really good. They are part of the base game in Build 42. These are going to be, once Build 42 goes stable, these will be part of it. So one of them is colorblind patterns. That's the map key thing that you've seen in my mini map, or sorry, in my my map, that makes the buildings not just colors, but also patterns, so that if you're colorblind, you're able to, see them better and know which kind of buildings they are. Enable dyslexic font applies this font to the game, making, if you have dyslexia, then you'll be a little bit, depending on the kind of dyslexia, I guess, will be able to read a little bit easier. And then light sensitivity mode disables the lightning during thunderstorms, so that if you have epilepsy, that the game won't flash you a bunch. So that's good. I like those sorts of things to be in games, because that way, people who are more sensitive will be able to adjust things to be better for them, so they can have their best experience. It's similar to why for audio, there's a mod that we have called I can't remember what it's called. It's like advanced audio options or something. What this does is it gives you more access to the game's audio and lets you turn down things or turn up things depending on what you like. But the big reason why this one was allowed for Rat Race, for example, was because there were some people with like tinnitus and other types of hearing sensitivities. And it's good to be able to turn down specific sounds that are maybe too loud or too too much for them. But yeah. That's usually how it goes, though, isn't it? How you go every which way, or it's sometimes it feels like generator mag is easier to get after you already have the knowledge. You see it like 6 or 7 times once you've got the knowledge for it. Yeah, that's good. I'm glad. It's good to have things be inclusive for everybody. It's the same as why and so there's another mod that's proximity inventory. A couple of people have that mod enabled, and I don't, because I don't like it, because it clutters up my screen and causes a lot of plus I have a sort of a self-imposed thing where if I don't see an item, I don't believe I deserve it. So that's self-imposed, and I don't expect everybody to follow those kinds of weird rules. But the big reason why that one was included was because it's less clicks for a couple of people that were having issues with their hands. They couldn't, so it's ease of access for them, right? It's another thing. I like those sorts of things to be inclusive in challenges because, like, I mean, the challenges, the whole point of them is that they're supposed to be for everyone. And yes, the rat race is difficult. It is really, really hard in some ways. That's not as hard in other ways, especially if you've been playing the game as long as some of us have, right? So it's meant to be more. I don't know. I like when a challenge can be picked up by anybody when they see it, and they'd be like, "Oh wow, this is simple. You just plug these settings in and go, right?" It's more fun that way. Yeah, well, see, Rat Race is mostly to test endgame. It's an endurance challenge for sure. Like, I mean, it's essentially three difficult, impossible challenges rolled into one. Even doing just one of those three challenge objectives is ludicrous. Like, if you manage to get the 13 points of interest, like, I mean, you've already cleared probably majority of the map. And then same for if you were to make a perfect character. Making a perfect character, yes, you can do a large portion of it away from zombies, but still you're going to have to interact with roughly about 400 to 500k zombies anyways just to level your combat stats alone. So it ends up being, how many generators? Oh, it's only 13. It's not that much, given the amount of generators that are on the map just placed. You'll find enough. There's more than enough generators. Unless you manage to accidentally lose them all somehow, which would be inherent of that one bug that existed, where the generators were desspawning, like they were disappearing. And if that sort of stuff happened, you could bring it forward and be like, these generators were here, now they're gone, and more than probably the consensus of the rat race would be like, yeah, you could spawn a couple generators in for yourself. I'm pretty sure that that's probably what everyone would agree on. At least I would agree on that. And so, like, I mean, and because it's not fair. If you lose a generator that you had that didn't explode, it just disappeared, right? Especially if you have proof that it was there to start. That's not fair. Same as those disappearing animals. If you had animals there before and they just vanished and you have a closed pen and they didn't reappear somewhere else, I mean, and they were your only male and female animal, like, I mean, animals are a little bit easier to get back. So like you can kind of just go and get more. But if you've tried everything, like it's one of those things where you could bring it to the discussions and I'm sure that the folks will be like it'd be up to people, as a consensus. Like that's how it would work. It's everybody as a group would decide. Yeah, there are bugs like that. There's some bugs that where the vermin are really, really bad too, where they get to the point where they lag your save. You thought it was just because you left the pen open or something? Maybe if you did. Okay. It's good to look around first. You don't want to just jump into debug and immediately undo things, right? Because the whole point of the challenge is not to debug if we can avoid it. But obviously, due to it being under the understable branch, there's going to be times where things are broken. And sometimes the only fix for it is to go into debug. A very good example would be the caloric values. The calorie values sometimes will bug out and go NaN, meaning that the calorie game no longer affects you. You actually cannot lose or gain weight. If that happens, what you're supposed to do is to go into debug and fix it. You can return to yourself your fitness XP, but that's one of the examples that I have of things that are broken, but that we have kind of a fix for them. The same for the vermin thing. If vermin are destroying your game, you can get rid of them. But usually when you get rid of some of the animals, some of the other animals are gone too.
時間です。利息がつきます。
Hi, Otto. How goes? What were you up to? Terminus Zombie Survivors. Was it fun? What is that game? I think I've heard of it. Have I seen you play that before? Maybe. Hopefully you had fun. Kind of turn-based Zomboid. That sounds so strange. Okay, I'm gonna do my little intro. I don't remember. I'd have to look at it. Maybe I do know it. Okay, I'll write it down. There's a couple of games that I've got written down right now that I've gotta that I'm gonna, cause like, yeah, so many games, right? But yeah, hopefully you had a good stream. And if you need self-care, make sure to take care of yourself. Tune and Terminus. Okay, there we go. Wrote it down. It's like pixels on board. Nifty. There's a couple games that are like that. I don't understand why it says time required 5 minutes and 20 seconds here when it was easily over 10 minutes in game there. Why not just not put time like or do time required in like why what does that mean? Yeah, it's weird. Like, see, 3 minutes 20 seconds. But what does that mean? Yeah, I don't know. It's just weird. I don't understand it. I don't know what it means. What does it mean? Tell me what it means. I don't understand. You got all the recommended mods, but you didn't see what one. Which one? What mod that makes your crafting menu like that? What? You mean like this? That's vanilla. You just click this little square button here. There's a one that's like this, and then there's this. This isn't a mod at all. It's just a vanilla feature. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff like that that exists. Like, for example, for the mini map, did you know that you could actually like click the little S here that shows symbols, and you can click this and it actually makes it flat? I like that. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff like that that you'll just miss completely. Works the same for the big map too. Like, see, big map. Where is it? It's right here on the big map. I like it flat. I like it like this because generally speaking, I know most of the recipe requirements. I just need a little bit of a refresher, right? So the pictures are good enough. I don't need. And if I need to know excessive information, I can just look here. Can I make the tongs? Yeah, I did. Okay, good. Yeah, so the reason why I like doing it flat is just it's easier for me. I understand the isometric. I've even explained it to other people, like that, for example, that this right here, see this direction? This is north, right? This is north. From here to here is north. From here to there is south. This is east. That is west. Like that. West. Or west, depending on which jargon you prefer. The next thing I'm gonna do is expensive. How much charcoal? Because it's just one log. 2 logs is 12. How much charcoal? Seriously, one? Okay. Should be using charcoal. Didn't realize it. There goes that disposable lighter. Iron bar. I'm hoping that they let us do something with the broken ceramics eventually. What about? Do they do nothing? So the broken ceramics don't do anything, at least as far as I'm aware. And I kind of wish I could grind them down somehow. But I haven't seen any way to do that. You have a mod that helps with clay? You don't need help with clay. Or, well, I mean, in my opinion. Because I find tons of clay. It's just a matter of... it's just another broken resource that I don't know. Like, I wish that there was a way... But, so there is an answer for it. The answer is that there is a steel and a iron mold that you'll be able to make in the future that probably won't break as easily. So if you look here, iron bar mold, steel bar mold, but those are not available yet. You guys can't see it quite well. These are something that you can find currently. There is no recipe for them. Am I keeping? I'm not the only one keeping it, no. But I am one of the people that does it, yes. I'm part of a team that is in charge of it. So, like, we're all working on it together. It's to make the work a little bit lighter, so it's not just one person. Although I was keeping the scoreboard for 41, but that one was more like it was for fun, right? And this is for fun too, but it's At first, it was it's never been like a difficult task keeping the scoreboard, and I probably could have kept it by myself, but it's one of those things where I'm appreciative of the people that are involved. I really enjoy working with them, and they are great people. So, you know. Is there a link on my Discord? Not in my Discord for Rat Race. If you're wanting to join the Rat Race Discord, you just oh, 1 second, wrong one. Rat Race, like that. Sorry. That's the Vintage Story one. If you're interested in joining Rhett's Discord for Vintage Story, there's that one. But if you are interested in joining the Rat Race Discord, there's the other one. Sorry, my brain was like Discord RP, and that's like no, that's the wrong one. I had a brief derp in moment, so my apologies. But yeah, the Rat Race Discord, you can be a watcher, and if you want, you can click the racer if you want access to all of the racer stuff. Like you can select the racer role if you want to see the racing stuff. If you want to see the settings and the rules and all that stuff. And then if you don't intend to race, that's okay. Just don't put it into the leaderboard. Easy peasy, right? But if you're planning on if you want to just watch the Rat Race stuff, like I mean, because that's why it's separated that way. Yeah, if you click on the role for Rat Racer, like you get access to like settings and stuff. Oh, you have Prime. That's very much appreciated. Thank you for your Prime. You only get one of those on Twitch, and you're giving it to me, and I do appreciate. Enjoy ad-free viewing as well as frog emotes. No, don't worry. A lot of people forget that they even have a Prime. If you have an Amazon, you chances are you probably have a Prime, and that means you can give one streamer free, like a sub, and it's like free. Yeah, both Shivas and Twists are at 500k or so. They put in their scores kind of once in a while. If I remember right, Shivas is actually over 500k. Of course, there's some of us that are more diligent in the rat race than others, and you know, other people like but it's fine. The whole point is that it's fun, right? And that people enjoy themselves. If you're not enjoying yourself because the rat race is not fun for you because, you know, whether it's too hard or there's certain aspects of it that are too tedious, which I can understand, you know, do what's best for you. No, it definitely does help. It helps me. I do appreciate it. And you get emotes, and then you don't have to deal with the ads, which is nice. Yeah, little frog emotes. It's a bit grindy. I can understand. Nobody understands better than I can sometimes for that. Trust me. I know exactly how grindy it is. Up. How grindy is it? Quite grindy. Indeed. Very grindy. On a scale of 1 to grind, it is the yes. Yeah, I'm happy. I do like the rat race though, and I liked what it stood for. Like the big thing of why I cared about continuing doing the rat race and stuff is because I cared what it stood for. It's the essence behind the challenge is something that I very much is something that resonates, and I really like that. To do a challenge that's difficult without any, major um like bugs essentially, because and glitches, and it's kind of like glitchless, glitchless challenges. You can very much appreciate those kinds of challenges. Use these two. We're getting close to that next level of metalworking. Yeah. $14 more chunks. Oh, I'll have a sleep. We are so thirsty. I should be able to get to that level 6 though, and is that... Oh, we ran out. Just really quick before we... Now we learn the real reason why I have 3 of these things. It's because every once in a while I light all 3 and I do roughly, well, now I've been doing 50 liters of water on average, so just so I don't have to think about it for a couple of days. Because on like your character is able to do drinks about 2 liters of water a day. So if I have 3 of these going, but disorganized makes it tough. So I like the system that we have. You always go dexterous? I go dexterous sometimes, but in this case I have I took clumsy, but I still have dexterous, don't I? No, I don't. I didn't take dexterous this time. I took clumsy and disorganized. Just gonna quickly. There we go. That should heat up fairly quickly. Put that out. Good enough for now. It's a great long-term goal for you. Yeah, getting set up in one of the main towns is good, especially if you do like Riverside or anything like that. If you want to know which approach I used on Riverside, because my very first run was in the rat race was Riverside. I wanted to do West Point, but well, sort of. I did West Point spawn, but I wanted to do Muldraw West Point, but I ended up going along the river here, along Riverwalk, right? So I ended up here, and then I went over here, cleared this, and then I just ended up over in Riverside. So we just ended up doing the gated community. I cleared that all out. Took a while. I was living on this area over here. Like, so I lived here, but I was living along the riverbank as well, doing fishing along there. And that strategy wouldn't work right as well right now, but there's like a barn here. There's a chance for animals, maybe, as well as you can kind of eventually you can siege into the gated community, and this place isn't terrible to be. I liked living in the houses in the gated community, and then slowly working my way through the commercial district. Usually it takes a little while, but you get in there at about around 20K, 30K, about 15K to push through the gated community itself. It's not too bad. It's definitely a first goal for sure. Oh, cool. Yeah, I like it. I think it's fine. There's aspects of it that are going to be but I mean, it's just like any challenge, right? There are always aspects of challenges that are tough. Like, for example, doing Cryo Winter. Cryo Winter, I don't ever expect that I'll play Cryo Winter on its hardest difficulty ever again, just because of just how tired your character was all the time. It just it's not a playstyle that I'm keen on. I didn't dislike it like all that much. I thought it was pretty fun at the like, and but then thinking back though, like I don't see myself playing that again. But not on that high of setting. Like doing the cold is fine, but not like minus 177 Celsius. That's absurd. The zombies should be frozen solid. But of course that wouldn't be fun, right? As if the zombies were. So oh, you're doing that's not the same as cryo. You're doing what's it called? The Winter is Coming. Winter is Coming is pretty brutal too. Because it doesn't let up, does it? Yeah, Winter's Coming still pretty good though. So that'll be 16 bars. And we ran out of matches, which is not a huge surprise. Ta-da! Was minus 80C to minus 40C? Yeah. The one that I did was non-stop winter, and then it was its hardest mode. And I survived the winter and died in the spring. It was it was kind of awkward. I died to player error as well. The player error that I made was you see this sitting stance here? I was facing down, zombie came up on my flank, and I didn't pay attention. I didn't stand up in time. My guard was too relaxed, and I missed it. So it bit me right away. Now, in saying that, the mode that I was playing, I didn't die right away. We ran to see how many zombies were left in the area that I was clearing, and there were not as many as I'd expect. Like, I mean, I was pretty close through it. We climbed to the tip top of the tower, and then I jumped off, and that's how I ended it. But it was the brickworks is where I died in Raven Creek, in case folks are curious, which but that's when I did Cryo Winter. I did Cryo Winter set on its hardest difficulty, times 16, 0 to hero, and then also Raven Creek, an area that I had no clue about because I'd never played Raven Creek before. So eventually I figured out a strategy that was go out into, like, there's this nook in the woods that I could go out and hide in. So it was like this little cabin in the woods that was to the south. First, I would go and hide beside, like there was like a edge of the river, and eventually, after killing a few hundred, you worked your way to the cabin, and I was able to stay in the cabin and stay warm in there. I managed to forage a saw directly in front of my campfire. That saw saved that character's life. Um, mm, I can't be bothered to keep them. Let's get rid of them. Enjoy your lurk. And I'm gonna enjoy hopefully getting to that next level of metalworking. We're getting close. And then I'll be able to make the two-handed swords. Let me craft this. I want another keychain. I don't know. You know what? Yeah, let's make one more. Let's rename you, and we'll call you... Oh, I forgot I had the whistle, that whistle there. Guess I don't need the bone whistle then. It's just not enough. You think you have enough, but you don't. You don't ever have enough. Charcoal, I mean. You think there's enough charcoal, but there's never enough charcoal. Not until the whole forest is gone. There's not gonna be a forest left. I'm gonna have no trees left in Muldra. Tree percent. Oh, is that empty? That looks like it's empty. Yeah, I don't want it to fill up with water. Wait, what? It says that it gives me an iron half bar. That's not true, is it? Yeah, apparently it does. That's dumb. I definitely want to make one of these. Just have it there just in case. I can make a club hammer. I mean, why not? There's not much in terms of... No, there's plenty of charcoal. Yep, and there's still that bug happening with the... with those things, huh? Yeah, so the spoons, the forks, and they're bugged out right now. They're not working properly. So what I mean to say is, here, I'll show it. Where are they at? It will be steal from small items, right? Or is it only Coke? No, that can't be. No, because these are already steel to start. Yeah, that's strange. Smelt steel from small iron item. These aren't iron items. They're steel items. Small steel items. They should be here on this list. The bread knife's on this list. Well, here, let's look through these items. Yeah, see fork right there. And spoon right here. Look, see? So I'm selected now 2 spoons, but it's erroring. So this is my point right here. And you can see forks are right there as well. Butter knives are there. It's just not working right now, and I don't know why, but it's broken. At least these other ones are working. They just need limestone to make steel. The rest of this stuff, though, doesn't matter so much. I'm just going to trash it because there's no point in keeping it if it's not working. So, like, I mean, I could wait until the patch in the future fixes it, but I don't care that much about it. We can get more metal later. And I don't need loose items just chilling on the ground. I already have enough of that as it is. Let's go grab those limestone pieces. Yeah, put them here. I could see me putting them over here already. Yeah, there's already some limestone over here. Does it not qualify? Oh, because I need coke coal. That's right. So we need the dome kiln to make coke coal. The dome kiln. Buying another 40 bricks. I'm good. I'm not doing that right now. It gives me 11 iron quarters. I ran out of charcoal yet again. I forget, what other branches can I use in this? Firewood in general. Plank, scrap wood. Is it 2 planks? Oh, don't tell me I've been wasting. It might be 2 planks. I need to see. Oh, it's okay. It's equivalent. That's good. I'm glad for that. Oh, just a second. I thought I was wasting stuff. Oh, come on, really? Really? Look at this. 2968. It's like 4. I had queued enough easily to gotten to the next level. Come on. You couldn't have daylight hours for just a little bit longer, just a smidge, just a little bit more. Sun has to go down right now. Boo. Oops. Makes you able to go inside if you try to rest and then you cancel the action. Sometimes this game feels like a different game. Alright. All that effort. You know what we get out of it? Second, I gotta... Here we go. So these weigh 0.5 less than the scrap sword. And if you look at them in a comparative, these are a little bit cleaner in their make. So was it worth it? Yeah. That 0.5 makes a difference. So I'm gonna break the scrap sword here in a second, and then we're gonna be using these from now on. And then there's obviously the machete as well. Let's get some meal. It's meal time. Delicious. Right, let's go put some zombies in a horizontal position. Mushrooms are good, berries are good, crops are good. Crops are amazing if you need to, like, especially if you have time. Um, if you can manage to snag some early seeds, and then build them up. Sunflowers are one of the best. Radishes are great. Cabbages are not terrible. There's a lot of different crops that are not too bad, especially given that rat race starts. Doesn't start in the winter, right? It's a normal start, so July. Go rest. Enjoy. Wow. Slowly. Oh, we didn't equip our battle gear. That's okay. We should be more diligent about that, though. Back off again. And that's just how this is gonna go until our arm doesn't hurt when we swing anymore. The sword should break eventually, though. Hmm? Yeah, I'm gonna need to get to the church eventually. It's not a requirement to clear the whole thing, but, like, I mean, I might as well, right? Because they're not gonna leave me alone. They're pinpoint hearing zombies. And the whole point is that I'm able to, I'm gonna have to drive a car over there. So the vehicle engine loudness is ridiculous. Driving a car over there with Speed Demon is going to be hard. Like, even if I'm going very slowly and very carefully, and I'm still gonna pull in quite a bit from the area. But yeah. Yeah, you're not wrong. Technically, I don't need to clear the whole town, but I might as well. Okay. So, zombies, come this way, please. Sit here and wait for you. Now I'm gonna bail. Part of them are gonna get lost in the trees right there. The other group is going to, by the time I get over to here, is where I'm gonna shout. They won't be able to remember where I was. And just like that, zombies are no longer my problem. Sit here, wait. See how loud we are, though? Like, that was one swing on this zombie, pulled that group. They may stop, though. We'll see. Nope, they're not going to stop. Did they stop? Well, they kind of stopped. Okay, I'm gonna finish them off so that I don't have to... Because I don't want them to come into my house. Hey Emma, how's it going? It's going okay. I've managed to level up quite a few things today. I'm really keen about it. You having a good day? How goes your tooth? You feeling okay? I managed to get a whole point in electrical. I got metalworking all the way up to 6. I got spear to level 1.5. I got long blade to level... It's nearly at 2/3. Didn't do any of short blunt. I did a little bit of long blunt, like a couple of zombies. You're managing, it's really warm. Okay. But yeah, skills are coming together nicely. And there's a lot more that I need to do, but we should see very soon. I should be able to have combat skills and use any weapon I want, like without major issues. Our biggest weakness then will be just well, I mean, I have 23 baseball bats. We have 27 fire hardened spears. We've got a sizable portion of metal that I can then smelt into, probably into a lot of swords. Lots of bones that I can turn into bone weapons if I'm desperate, but I don't think I'll ever get that desperate. We'll see. The bone weapons aren't bad. They're okay. Except for obviously the bone butter knife or whatever that is. The blunt bone knife sucks. Don't make that. Like you can make a couple of them if you need them to carve stuff, but they are absolute trash tier weapons. They are not for fighting. You down to your last 2 crowbars? Have you leveled carving? You could make carved bats. Carved bats aren't bad. But you use the crude knives? Yeah, the chipstone knives. Yeah, they're good. If you can get high enough knapping level, do the long knives. Those ones are great. They're made with the chipstone nodules, or like the flint nodules. You make them into long stone knife blades. These are awesome. You'd love these. Same for they're similar to the long knives. Like I'm sure you've tried out the hunting knife and stuff. They're really good. I like them. At this stage, I can run around and 2-tap all the zombies with those knives. Okay, I'm still trying to break this sword. You don't have a book, so it's taking forever? I don't have books either. But then again, yeah. It took quite a while to get the napping as high as it is now. Like, yeah, like quite a while. Lots of chipstone. And then once you get to level 6 with the napping, you unlock a new recipe where you can take your broken chipstone long knives and turn them into fresh chipstone small knives, which is awesome. This recipe alone gives you so much XP because you're able to take broken knives and make full knives. Emma's not doing the rat race. Emma's doing an apocalypse playthrough with no infection. No respawn. But it's Emma's first time. Like, well, not first time, but you know what I mean, right? It's your first time in Build 42. Emma's having fun. And that's what's important in Zomboid. Doesn't matter how you play, just so long as you have a good time. Alright, I gotta go take a look at my rabbits tomorrow in game. Just trying to think of... Speed up time just a smidge. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. A lot of it is just collectibles, and I mean, you make your own goals, right? I do want to continue, but at the same time, I do want to kind of end it there because I think it's a good stopping point. So I'm going to write down that I've got to check my rabbits. And tomorrow we're going to be playing Abiotic Factor. I'm still going to message a couple of folks though, because it might be me and a couple other people. We'll see. But yes, I'm going to wrap it up there for now. And I will raid out so that we can, make somebody else's day a little bit brighter. Let's see who's on. Yeah. Could raid Rhett. We could raid Mr. Duck, because we haven't raided him in a while. Barry. Mm, uh, Ribbit. I haven't raided Barry in a little bit. We'll do Barry. There you go. Yeah, you guys can go hang out with Barry. Ta.